Abba. I literally just got back. I'm behind on everything. I'm a fool. Ah! Hi, Frosty. I'm almost out of dust. I need the money for things and stuff. Let me get music on. I'm hoping that the thumb hurt on my right hand isn't translating to the rest of my hand, but we'll figure out how that goes. I need to stop scrolling so much. Fuck, dude. I don't know. Put it on this. Put it on this, I think. I did get the art done in time. I'm still in the penalty box, though, so it's not showing up in, like... actual Twitter shit. I still got more likes on it than I did on fucking Blue Sky at this point. So it doesn't leave my freaking circle, because I don't know. Also, I think that YouTube hated my thighs this morning. Oh no, it actually shows up as my latest thing now. This morning it wasn't even showing up as my latest thing on my dashboard. I thought that it got freaking just Shadow Realm nuked even from my perspective. That's fine. How many levels do we have left? In Delivered by Friday. Let me boot. That was an achievement sound. What the hell? I haven't completed chapter 1 without dropping a package. What the hell? Must have been one of the early levels while I was still using the manual swapper. I also didn't clear chapter 1 without taking damage. I must have slammed my head into a wall because I don't think that any of the enemies show up until chapter 2. Ah. Am I able to look at... Oh, I am able to look at what I have on these. Number 7, I slammed my head into something. Okay, we are in the final chapter, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 levels left. Oh shit, it's me! Fuck! Is this freaking... Ah, shit! Wait, if I go into YouTube... Hold up, I'm hitting... I got an ego stroke. I wasn't sure if my freaking art was actually gonna, like, show up. On the thing. Okay. Because, like I said, I'm in the penalty box again on Twitter, so... I get fucked up. What is all over you? What did you roll in? Dude, am I gonna have to shave your belly? What did you roll in? This is nasty. It's all dried up, but freaking what the hell did you do? Alright, let's close this before I get distracted again. What reference? I'm talking to my cat. She rolled and she's got something all over her belly. And one of her arms. I don't know what the heck she got into. Well, okay, it's not my cat. This is my sister's cat, but... You can't bother me right now. I need to be able to access my keyboard, you bitch. Unless you were referring to something else about being a reference. Either way. Since I did pause the music anyway. Fine, if you want to go. Since I did pause the music anyway, I guess that it's time to get into game. I don't know why I closed game when I'm going back into game anyway. Let's, Ah! Oh, does it force me to freaking use... Oh, okay, this one forces me to... Hello? Okay, the tutorial doesn't work when I freaking have it set for anything else. Oop. Okay. Second wave on that is... Eee! Oh, my feet got clipped. Why'd you chuck? I got stuck! Really? I got hit by one of the freaking porch pirates? I freaking got hit right at the end. My goddamn feet got clipped right at the end there. There. I also need to bring my MIU up so I can actually see whenever YouTube chat happens. There's so little time for that. Excuse me, I freaking landed that first. Oh, right, because the freaking... bomb witches also count as porch pirates. Can I fucking have that land on that instead of throwing it over it? Single time that I freaking... I feel like the movement's been accelerated. How the hell? How do I get to that one before they do? I literally don't have the time to freaking wrap around. Yeah, if I get stuck at all, I freaking lose that. Oh my fucking god, why did that count? Got stuck on the wall. And I'm not gonna make that one. I heard the click and I thought that I freaking had ran into someone. I feel like my feet are getting stuck on these buildings now. I don't know if that's actually happening or if I just haven't had to take any of these buildings from that kind of angle before to freaking where it was happening. Also, I have not switched game audio over. It has dawned on me. You're a bitch! If I could flick reliably, that'd be great, dude. There is so little time to freaking get to that one. something real quick. Okay. Oh my god, if I could flick, that'd be great. Dude, freaking keep my momentum going. If I'm going at Mach 7, please freaking... Hey, Butterfly, how you doing tonight? Bitch! There's so little time to get to that one. If I hadn't missed a drop on the freaking one run, I would have had it. I think, on that run. Now I just can't freaking get past this one again. The rate things are going, we're gonna be freaking doing a level a week. And then beating our heads against whatever the following one is. I don't... Oh, that's right. The reason that we freaking stopped the previous... Actually. Okay, I thought that I was delusional. I was like, wait a second, we weren't on that level. I had to go into a loop. We were on this level. Also freaking starting me off with a freaking... possible get hit fucking sucks, dude. Oh, right, and there's freaking moving targets, too. The fact that I'm trying my best not to freaking eat shit by hitting her under there and then freaking losing the freaking land because I losing the throw because I freaking get pulled away is such a pain. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to get to him in time. Once again, got my momentum stolen from me. Okay, I can make that. Let me just get stuck in the wall here. If I had a coin for every time that I freaking... ate shit because I freaking got caught on a top or a bottom of a needle thread, I'd probably be able to retire. Oh my fucking god. I succeed and then I fail because I freaking... get caught on something. The speed of the scrolling also doesn't really help the freaking... fine-tuning where I'm going. If I didn't hit that rock, that'd be great! Oh my fucking god, I'm freaking... trying so hard to get there in time that I freaking... bust my head on the freaking wall there. Because I have, like, no time to get to that freaking one dude. Fuck off. Oh my fucking god. Doesn't matter, I slammed my head into the wall again. Oh! How did I miss you? Oh my god. I would have had that if I hadn't gotten stuck on on the freaking lip there. That shouldn't have hit me. Fuck you. Can I not get caught on the lips every time that I freaking... I'm not gonna make it to the blue guy in time. Can I stop freaking getting within 5 feet of that brick wall and it counting as a hit? I was fine until I freaking decided to stay still. If I get caught anywhere, this freaking first house is a loss. Especially if I get stuck on the wall because of the single bug that, like, is actually still around in us. Clean. Jesus Christ. Oh. That one was painful. The next one's a competition type thing, but it doesn't look like awful. The only thing I'm truly worried about on that, if I'm seeing all of, because when you look at it, you can see, like, what the hazards are going to be. You can see there's multiple rivals. You can see the bomb witches. And in this one, you can see the porch pirates, so... The only thing I'm either going to have to worry about bitch witches zooming back and forth to freaking knock me down, or I'm only gonna have to worry about my actual rival flyers. This one is going to be unpleasant just due to freaking how much needle threading it wants me to do. Ad's about to start, so I'm just gonna pop that a little early, and I'm going to get a refill my drink. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm also below the screen, I think, because of the way this model works. Alright, let's see what we're getting ourselves into for this one. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, that wasn't too bad. And we've done this level already. Now we're on to the level that looks like pain. Or, that is pain. I don't even know why I'm saying looks like. This level is painful. Down to 8 levels, though. For real this time. They're actually doing really well on getting, like, full medals on these. First time through. Because we're the only one we're really missing full medals on is the net of Porch Pirates, which fucking sucks. Like, the level doesn't. It's just freaking trying to thread needles with travel time. My brain has to actually wrap around that. The level itself is perfectly fine, and kind of a nice little break level, to be honest. It's a nice rather than freaking bashing my head against freaking threading needles for an hour. I guess that, like, not all of these have been an hour. We did just get through 1, 2, 3. Well, 3 levels in an hour. Theoretically, if we were to keep that pace, we could finish the game by the end of the day. I don't think that's going to happen, especially if my freaking wrist gives out, but wrists give out, plural. That's also why I'm taking more breaks so that I can give my wrist a stretch in between. I have to find a good position for my keyboard so that freaking I can. I keep mentioning this, but I want to like change the entire setup of how my desk and then make it desks plural. But the problem is that I don't want to freaking adjust things and then have to just redo it again by the end of the year. Because once my sister moves all of her stuff out of what was her room when they were living over here, then that's going to become my office, and then this is going to be a guest room, like I've mentioned like 1,000 times at this point. But we're making progress. Which I, depending on how late I wind up running, need to do a few adjustments on my side of things. And by that I mean I need to take care of more freaking kitchen stuff. My kitchen is like the big freaking thing that needs to currently be adjusted. I mean, some things have been moved into here, namely books, so I do need to readjust things. I just need to readjust things in general due to... Nope, lost my train of thought. I need to redo things in general. Because there's a few things that there's one particular thing that I'll probably have coming in soon. Because the Juniper statuette is finally reaching warehouse. I bought that 2 years ago? A year ago? Near 2 years ago. Welcome back. But it's finally reaching warehouse state, so it should be coming in. And I also think that at the same time, my like little egg minifigure should be coming in as well. Because the cities, I think, are also in the groupage of that. Either way, let's actually get continuing. And hopefully get through this level without too much pain. This one... I'm not entirely sure how I feel about how it looks. How did I hit that, dude? I was right there. We impacted at the same time. Fuck you. Okay, well. Definitely doesn't help when my momentum freaking just drops. So I just poop the thing out instead of actually freaking throwing it like I intend to. Nope. That freaking didn't beat me. Fuck you. What? Hello? Excuse me? Thank you. I feel like I've made some major improvements to the model. With the design changes that I did for the belly lie. Fuck! Ah! I'm getting caught on everything right now. The thing is, I'm a bit limited as to how fast I can go up through the bomb area because... Can I actually flick that into the freaking spot? Hello? Sometimes it just decides that it doesn't want to freaking accept my directional input and freaking just wants me to go straight down, and then I eat shit against the pirate witch. Which is the only way that I can describe that dynamic, because it's got a porch pirate on the front, and then it's got a freaking bomb-dropping witch, which, you know, is also kind of piratey. Fuck off, dude. I landed first! Fuck you! The fact that they get priority is insane, dude. Okay, now I just have to freaking... clean. Whew. Okay, is this just freaking... Okay, this is just bullet helling. This I can do. I don't have my usual dot hitbox for bullet hells, but this I can manage. Because this is just a dodge skill check, is what it is. The return trip is the real trouble on this because the wall is unforgiving. And my voice is one of those few things that I'm actually kind of happy with. I don't like listening to my voice terribly often, but it's always been something that I've kind of been proud of. I like listening to myself talk, don't like listening to my own voice, but regardless of how good your voice is, I just think that there's a lot of people that don't like listening to their own voices. Also doesn't help the fact that, due to the nature of, like, basically all of my work aside from visual art, it involves a lot of me listening to my voice and picking out little errors and whatnot. Clean. Who the fuck keeps calling this number? I mean, normally that kind of stuff is just what Discord is for these days. I have enough difficulty keeping track of the emails I have as is. It's why I've started unless I'm intentionally making a burner, just keep everything with the business email at this point. Ooh, the freaking needle thread on that one, once they start coming in from the side. I mean, I know plenty of crazy people as well, IRL. But that's why I freaking basically cut off everything that has ever been... I basically cut off the entire freaking pre-graduation portion of my life. I don't even really keep track of much of anyone that I used to do shows with anymore, to be honest, because I don't use my personal Facebook account all that much. Can I please stop getting hit by strays? Ugh. My finger? No. The only thing I really wound to that this game really winds up hurting is freaking wrists due to how the controls are set up to a certain degree. I mean, there's a little bit of strain in my thumb because of one of the phones that freaking... I use is really fucking large, so stretching across to half the freaking... screen fucking sucks. Why am I getting hit by this one so often now? I was doing so well before. I need to freaking hold at, like, the thread the needle level for that for a second before I actually freaking go all the way up in that one. I just keep forgetting to by the time I get there. The real difficult part is if I'm going to be able to freaking get in there and out of there before freaking the rival pops in. Okay, I can pop that beforehand. It's a matter of being fast enough to freaking do so. Hmm. Hmm. Am I going to be able to pop back out in time is the problem on that one. I mean, it's definitely possible. The freaking this is an instance where the dev has definitely freaking tested their game. They've been in here and talked about it. They're just very skilled at the game from playing it so often. So their skill ceiling is a lot higher than mine. But so it's definitely possible. It's a matter of can I execute it. Is the main question that needs to be answered. I need to give my eyes a quick second from all the from the scrolling though, before things start moving in my room. Because there does get to be a point where I freaking start fucking up, specifically because I freaking okay, if I freaking jam it down, I think I can get out of there in time. It's a matter of from there, it's a matter of freaking can I avoid impact on other things. Yes. Okay, I succeeded. I freaking know that I can now. It is just jam it down freaking afterward. I can outpace the duo. Now the trick is me not being stupid and not getting freaking tagged on the way there. I don't know why I hit R. I instinctively did it because I thought that I got hit. Is what it was. Like that. Jam it down. Alright, so I don't want to be at that level when that one goes across. So I don't want to be at that level when that goes across. I need to... This level is a lot of finesse. After this level, though, we've only got 5 levels left. I need to take out the 2 that are, like, on the far side before I freaking... I am really far behind here. This level wants a lot of momentum flicks, I think. Because when it comes to the enemies from the top and bottom, they're all... It registered that it was supposed to go to that one, but it freaking landed in the wrong spot. But the enemies that are coming from the top and bottom are exclusively going over the grid that the houses are on. I mean, a lot of the levels recently have had at least one spot that is, like, not demanding, but advised to use a momentum flick. I hit R accidentally. That wasn't even me freaking out of habit hitting R. That's why I freaking went straight up afterward. I freaking fat fingered R. Massage my hands real quick here. Been a bit since I've had... what's the word I'm looking for? What is the word I'm looking for? Nope. I'm losing it. I'm gone. My brain has fried. If I had gunned it, I was afraid that I had already hit the freaking... one at the bottom was the problem. If I can get through this level, and then I have to, like... If I were to not get through another level after this one, before my wrists wind up giving out, I think I'd still be happy with where we're at, because... Final 5 afterward? Which I'm beginning to wonder if it's going to be my freaking middle finger on my left hand that's going to freaking go first, because for some reason it's got a freaking pinpoint in it that is really irritated right now, and I don't know why. Oh, I did get hit. I thought I heard the tick. I successfully flicked that. I thought that it was going to drop. That's the only real downside about the unreliability of the flick. Is that I'll do it and I'll succeed at it, but it'll freaking... my brain will automatically freaking go, you failed! Like that. Where it technically succeeded, but I've mentally freaking checked and failed. We did succeed at getting back to that point again, at least. My brain just had lost its freaking momentum at that point. I may make myself sandwich next break. I still haven't actually eaten today, so that's definitely not helping. Because I got sidetracked with the juniper stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of hoping that the second announcement was Gamer Subs flavor. That was my bet. It is kind of nice though that she's like freaking getting like big league stuff. Hi the Nasu, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Ooh, playing the new Lego Batman. How is it? I know one of the person that's been semi-recently playing it, but I haven't actually seen much of any of it myself. But, for those joining in, I'm Nasu Amaya. I'm an interdimensional archivist VTuber from the world of Syncope. That's also really small. I'm also an artist. I drew and rigged all my own models, and I've been doing a lot of fan art recently. A lot of Fumos, actually, recently, but this time around I had inspiration idea, so we have proper art for the time being. I guess that the Fumos are also proper art, but you get the idea. Today's Tuesday. We're doing an unconventional thing. It's not exactly Toho, but it is very... it is very bullet hell, but the people are the bullets in most cases. Oh god, it's on UE5? Why would you put a Lego game on UE5? Like, UE5 is normally one of those things that it's like, oh yeah, we wanted to make sure that you could see every pore on this character that is still animated like they're in 2005. Oblivion remaster, literally just stapling it on top. It's part of why I'm worried about Halo, what is it, Campaign Evolved. Because they're literally just taking the MCC version and doing a few changes to the weapons and just porting the Halo Infinite versions, like they did for freaking Anniversary of Combat Evolved with 343, where they just ported over the Reach models for everything. And then, in cases like the shotgun, putting a PNG of the breach or the tube on it, but they just put a stapled on UE5 or whatever. UE5 is the most recent one, right? Yeah. So I'm like, oh yay, new thing. And it's literally just 343 with a different hat on. They just changed the name, and it's like, you're already starting off with a Combat Evolved remaster like 343 did, and it's already looking like it's not going to be the greatest, so we're in a perpetual loop. Time is a flat circle. Either way. But we're playing Delivered by Friday, which is a neat little indie game that is... I'm playing on basically lunatic mode because I have too much pride to get hit by the bitch witches, and I refuse to give them the goddamn satisfaction of hitting me. Which makes it notably more difficult than... I think it's like the hardest freaking part of the whole thing. I guess that, like, also wanting to 100% deliveries is on top of it makes it the hardest, but some of these levels, the number of enemies, it really does just make it pain. And I guess it kind of does wind up becoming me just 100%ing anyway, because there are some of these where there is no deliver it on the way back. It is deliver it first time through or get bent. Which that's the only real, like, caveat I give myself, is that I can give a late delivery. I'm not going to miss a delivery completely. And we're in the final chapter, so we also have rival delivery, like, deliverers from Amazon witches. Which is probably why they have zero problem flinging their employees at you as living bullets, is because it is just Amazon. But which flavors? Welcome back. I didn't hit that, fuck you, dude! I was actually surprised earlier, speaking of us having non-Fumo art, that I'm guessing she went through the Discord server that she had, or the Discord channel. Because I'm still in the penalty box on Twitter, so freaking... Is it loud? My sound test sounds like it's at about the same... Or, like, it's still below my voice, so I figured that it was fine. Though hopefully with the number of interactions I've gotten on this, it does like that one freaking reply did a while back and freaking get me out of the penalty box. Granted, like I said, I'm pretty sure that part of the reason that I'm penalty boxed is because I have so many Twitter tabs. Which I wish that I had the epiphany of before I was making prep work for not big anniversary, but big marathon time. That way I had like my Sundays and my my Sundays and my Wednesdays to freaking clean through it. I just have to be off to the side. I don't have to freaking drop down that early. Granted, Sundays are anime nights, so since we're actually watching something that I'm doing, or that I'm watching as well currently, instead of them doing 999, which I'm avoiding spoilers on because I plan to play it myself at some point. I at least have time during anime night to do that, because that's what I used to do. Is watch and also freaking filter through tabs. And since I actually have a priority rather than like my usual tab cleaning is, where I just do things however, and I freaking am like, well, this is gonna be a while, so I might as well freaking hold off on this and blah blah blah. And I've also kind of filtered myself into only going so far back, partially because Twitter's just fucking buggy currently, and I'm assuming it's because freaking... It's not just the moderation that Grok is freaking controlling at this point. I think that Grok is actually doing part of the coding there. Which is fucking fantastic, dude. Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. It's just a fly. How'd that hit me? Okay, I flew into that one. That one's on me. Get up high enough, fast enough. There is something ironic about, like, using an incomplete AI bot in order to freaking try and mark what things are bots. Like, I mean, YouTube has this problem. YouTube has this problem bad. Which is, it's doubly bad on YouTube because freaking YouTube wants to freaking give you all these freaking AI things, so it's like, why are you trying to freaking mark things as, like, AI and say that it's... does it only get marked as bad when when we're not using your tools, or? I don't know, it's just a little funny to me. And it never actually gets the, like, garbage AI, like ooh, this alien race thought that they could take on the galaxy, but they didn't realize humanity. It's always that. Or freaking... I don't know, those are the ones that I always see whenever I'm freaking skimming, private tab stuff. And I'm guessing that it's because it freaking gets tagged with so much stuff that, like, if I'm just watching lore videos or something, it'll be like, hey, this is vaguely sci-fi, like the 40k video that you're watching, or this is this is tagged with Star Wars, like the Star Wars video that you're watching or whatever. Because they're just... I don't use this word lightly, but they are slop channels. They toss so much garbage into the freaking feed. And it's always the same thing, like I said. It's always freaking... These aliens didn't know why Earth was marked as off-limits. And I won't lie, freaking the very first time I saw one of those, I was like, oh, okay, so this is going to be like a review of, I mean, because it was connected to a 40K video at the time. I think it was like, it was a live from the Black Library, because it's the only person I could think of that I would have probably been watching at the time that I wasn't, that was on a private tab, because I do that with people that I don't feel like subscribing to until I know that I'm actually going to watch their content more than once. And then I freaking heard the voice and I'm like, oh. And then all the images are just freaking generated and it's like, oh. This is just a freaking fully yoinked story that's freaking been tossed into a blender with 3 others. It could have also been that one dude that does, like, biology videos from fictional settings. I don't remember what his name is. Roanoke, I think, is his name. I don't know, I just get fucking tired of that shit. At a certain point, it's just like, why? I know that, like, you already are admitting that you're creatively bankrupt if you're just freaking letting a bot do all the freaking writing and shit, but... the fact that it's just always the same damn thing is nuts to me. No, I got stuck on the wall. There was one person that freaking... Speaking of lore videos connected to all this shit, had an AI freaking make up a bunch of, like, Tolkien lore that doesn't actually exist for his video, and then had it read it off, and then freaking... And it's very clear that they didn't, like, double-check any of the stuff that was being said. It's like, oh, okay, this is a freaking, you know, some stuff that I don't know about the lore of freaking what's going on. As I clicked into it, and then freaking the voice was obvious, and then the freaking all the images were freaking muddy and like very early AI. Like they just didn't know how to actually do the characters that they were freaking given. I don't know. I think that my mindset on it... Why did I get stuck in the house, dude? I think my mindset on it is, at this point, I don't think I'd hate it. If it was, like, okay, even? I don't even freaking need to say decent or good or anything. Freaking, like, the bar is on the floor and you can't surpass it, dude. I don't know. Overshot. One moment. Sorry about that, I was right. I did have a visitor. My sister popped over. And then we got into conversation because there's several things that I have that I have no use for, so I was going to see if she wanted any of them, like, ice trays is one big one. Because I have no need for 6 of them. The amount that I actually put ice into things, I would need maybe 1. Even then, I need to freaking reorganize my freezer. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I freaking... Maybe that's on the agenda for after stream. Is because one of the things I have in there is a bunch of fish, so it takes up a lot of space, and it would be beneficial for me to, like, have it available to eat. Prep some food ahead of time. Because I'm officially through all of the eggs that I had cooked. I have a carton, but our chickens have been producing a lot less, it seems like, the past couple weeks. If I hadn't dropped a second one there at the same time, I would have freaking had that. I'm a fool. A fraud. Worst delivery girl ever! If I hadn't been caught up on top of the building, I would have freaking had that. Well, okay, I would have had that specific thing. I don't know if I would have had the whole run on that one. Because I still had 2 buildings to grab, or deliver to. At least with this one, like, getting beaten to the buildings is, like, a lesser worry. Because I'm not being freaking... shortcutted by them being able to go through the hazards. Which is ironic because there's 2 of them this time, so freaking... logically speaking, it should be, like, harder for... I mean, I guess on the last level there was also 2 of them. Oh, my fucking wrist, dude. It's not even like my wrist, it's my forearm. It's creeping up my forearm. Hello? Give me one moment, I'm looking into something. Oh shit, dude. Yuku is getting into 3D modeling. Sick nasty. Alright, it's the call of the 3D mind's gonna come back again. Is that what we're looking at? Am I going to want to fucking work on stuff yet again? If I do work on 3D stuff, this time around it's going to be A, learning texturing, and B, seeing about Blockbench. Wasted your time on such a game? What do you mean? And yeah, that's the curse of short form content is you're like, oh, I'll watch this thing, and then another thing pops up, and then another thing pops up, and then next thing you know, oh, it's an hour later. You're like, it's okay, it's only like 20 seconds. And then 20 more seconds. And then 20 more seconds. I didn't realize that I was going to get freaking ganked. I'm a fucking fool. For some reason, my brain didn't register that I was going to get freaking... that they were going to be there to deliver. I don't know why I freaking got my false sense of security there, and then was like, oh, this'll be fine! It'll be great! And then I fucking fumbled it. Okay, so what's happening is the two that spawn above me, are going to be delivering to the same houses that I am. And if they reach the houses before I do, then I can't deliver to them. So I lose. Well, I basically lose the primary goal of the game. This type of dude is a porch pirate. If I throw through him, I freaking... if he grabs it, I also miss my target. These bitches move from, like, top and bottom of the screen and left to right of the screen. Their exclusive goal is to make me eat shit. So basically, we're doing Toho, but Amazon decided that people were cheaper than magic, so they're throwing people at us instead of bullets. And we're trying our best to keep our family business afloat. After the bitch witches crippled our mother's arms. But we have a benefit. We already have 2 of our limbs that are crippled, so we don't have to worry about it being a threat. Which still makes me wonder why my legs have such a massive hitbox, considering the fact that my legs don't work already. I break Witch's Code number 1 of letting people hit me in the hat, but I don't freaking put my non-functional legs. Nah, that's that can't be touched. I went down too fast. But I have too much pride, and I don't want to give the bitch witches the satisfaction, so I'm playing this on hard mode functionally by not allowing them to hit me. I guess that it also freaking is sort of like... Yeah, it's like a delivery simulator. In my review for Unlike Steam, I freaking mentioned how I expected it to be like one of those old Christmas-themed Flash games, and then it's like, oh no, this is a delivery bullet hell. I don't get to shoot back at my targets. I just have to deal. God, imagine how fast things would be solved, though, if Friday just got a fucking gun. I manually reset if I get hit, because I refuse to give the bitch witches the satisfaction of hitting me. Which also winds up me intentionally resetting when I hit a wall, because then I don't know if one of them hit me afterward. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I'm getting stuck on walls so much right now. I also, at some point during this, decided that it was a point of pride for me to not drop any packages. I have no idea when I started doing that. It just kind of started happening. But there's bomb droppers that take away 2 hearts instead of just 1. those ones are also combined with a porch pirate, so flying above them means that they could theoretically steal your shit, and I hate them. Unfortunately, here, P.O. boxes are charged like a luxury, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, they are extremely expensive to keep for extended periods of time. And then, like, they're dinky little things, so... Porch piracy is still a very alive thing here in the US. I thankfully have the boon of living in the middle of fucking nowhere. So aside from when the, like, delivery drivers are stupid and decide, hey, we're going to put this, like, within full view of the main road that goes down this way. Like, freaking, when Eric gifted me the iPhone that I use for tracking, when it got delivered, and it decided to go on a world tour before it got delivered, and, well, a US tour, it took it, like, a month to come in. But the delivery driver put it on a stump in my front yard, actually my father's front yard, in full view of the fucking main roadway. This bright white box just on a background of black and green and... I mean brown because it was on a stump, but still. And it's like, great, I'm glad that we don't have a huge porch pirate problem around here because you just freaking did this in the dumbest way possible. I also don't know why the fuck it was delivered there, because that's not my fucking address, and I never put that address in. And Eric knows my address, so it's not like he would have sent it to the wrong address. I think the only place that has, like, the QR code type specifically is, like, California. Here in the US. But that's basically P.O. boxes. They're just tiny, so freaking, if you're getting anything, like, I don't know, larger than a phone? Since we're on the topic of delivery drivers being stupid with expensive electronics. Then it's not gonna fit, and you just... If you're lucky, you have a post office that's willing to hold your packages. But the only time that we get that is if it's something that has to be signed for. And no one's home to freaking grab it. Speaking of the QR code thing, though, ironically, there's pizza companies that do that with like fridge type or heater type deals. I don't know. I forget if it's fridges or heaters that they do, but they'll have like a slot for you and freaking QR code it. So, you know, a $5 pizza has more security on it than like major deliveries. It's ridiculously stupid. That's because it's freaking... You know, like everything else that's owned by government in the case of mail delivery. Fuck you for us actually putting in any work. I mean, there's a reason why there's an entire freaking, like, culture of people that are going out and manually freaking filling in potholes and shit. It's also why I talk about freaking TikTok being functionally dead in the US. Because, like, because the servers that it's hosted on over here are owned by the government. Which, again, very ironic, considering that was, like, their big argument for why TikTok wasn't allowed over here, is that it was owned by the Chinese government, so they could be spying and shit, and then it comes over here and the US government freaking owns the servers. But they're maintained like garbage, like everything else that the government is supposed to maintain over here. Go through this. Oh yeah, there's a reason why freaking... There's certain sites that are banished to the shadow realms of anything that has an inbuilt VPN. Because I would rather freaking just have my traffic freaking... Because, as people say, if it's free, you're the freaking product or whatever. But I would rather, at this point, have, you know, a little bit of traffic going to companies that are trying to sell me stuff when I'm already running an ad block, than have my beloved third party that is totally legit, please trust us, that has existed for less than 5 years. Have everything from my freaking social security to like my freaking, like literally everything that they need to freaking basically steal my identity and shit. Shit. Especially because every single one has had at least one data breach already. Which is fucking fantastic. I'm sure glad that I'm supposed to trust these guys that can't even freaking go a year before their first data breach. And you expect me to freaking toss my most sensitive data into this shit? For the sake of kids that I really wish just didn't have access to the internet anyway? I mean, it's never been about the kids, as everyone's pointed out. It's not about that. It's freaking... Shit. Even if we don't go down the dark route, freaking kids are the easiest to manipulate to freaking buy bullshit. Or ask to freaking spend money on X, Y, or Z mobile game that has pretty lights on it. Protections that block them off from being able to access things like YouTube and whatnot just freaking cut into the dividends. And it is, like, if it was exclusively the lewd sites, then it would exclusively be the lewd sites. We wouldn't have freaking everything from Twitter to YouTube trying to freaking age verify at this point with your personal data. I thankfully got grandfathered in on my main account, so I can freaking listen to freaking dumb lewd songs and shit without having to dox myself. Because I've had my account since like 2016, so freaking... Or 2015? Well, I hadn't graduated when I started making content. I believe it was either my junior or senior year that I started making content. I don't even know if any of those videos are still on my channel. I think so. I think the funniest thing about it is that, like, there's certain companies that just get free passes that don't have to do it. I mean, Twitter, because Ohio has a specific law where we specifically have it. We're one of the three. I think Louisiana's another one, and some other state in the South. I don't remember. Mississippi, I think. It's state law where they have age verification, which is why I can't do like anything on Blue Sky. I mean, aside from the fact that Blue Sky just doesn't work anymore because the all the devs on it are, I mean, the lead dev on it is an idiot. And the people making the shot calls on updates that they have to make are idiots. But they're banned to the Opera GX Shadow Realm because I'm not freaking putting in all of my stuff. Twitter doesn't have this problem. Even on my newer account, that is, when did I make my loot account? Less than 5 years ago, for sure. I know when I made it. Give me one moment. Sketchbook, OCs, Nasu, Spicy. When did I make this? The beginning of 2024. Which, if it was a grandfather thing for my account, I know that that account would be marked as needing to verify if it did. It doesn't. So it only their logic only works in certain cases. Twitter gets a free pass, despite the fact that Twitter is the one that has like 90% of the not safe for work accounts on it. When it comes to Facebook and Instagram, I'll first of all, I don't know if they actually did get a free pass on it, but secondly, they get a pass because they ban full not safe for work stuff anyway. But Twitter just didn't have to. Despite all the not safe for work content on there. And, you know, the whole Grok incident that happened when everyone got access to Grok, please generate an image based off of this. Yee. I said we weren't going to go into the dark topics of it, though. But stuff like that. Twitter just got a free pass. They didn't have to freaking adhere to it. I don't know. I mean, I kind of know why, but I don't know. I mean, I guess that... No. I don't know how they do that for OF. If they're exclusively doing it for the age verification thing, both Blue Twitch and OF, both to create and to actually consume the content on it, you require verification to a certain degree. And I know this because there was a VTuber that got art done fucking what, 5 years ago now? I was still in the VR chat community at the time, but they got art done and I was like, oh, hey, I was part of the group that freaking got us to the goal for this, so... I mean, I was just supporting the person, but I was like, hey, I wonder if I can take a look into it. And then it's like, oh, you gotta verify, and you gotta freaking pay later I found out that it was that you just have to pay to verify, which means you have to have a credit/debit card, or it's not pay to verify. They do the YouTube thing. When YouTube is doing AdSense to verify your bank account, YouTube gives you like 10 cents. They take 10 cents, I think. But that's the point. But it annoyed me, and I freaking wound up leaving that community shortly afterward because I don't know. My brain registered it as they were trying to get money out of it, and I was like, fuck it. If you want to freaking try and double dip on charging people for subathon goals, fuck you, dude. And later I figured, I came to my senses and freaking was like, oh, that's not actually what happened. Here it depends on location specifically. Like store location. Like you can walk into one and they'll be like, oh, sorry, that's rated T. Unless you are above this age, you can't buy it. And then you go like to the store next door, and you could buy freaking, as long as it's not marked AO, but AO doesn't get physical store in most cases. But like, the same 10-year-old could go next door and freaking get Gears of War. And they'll be like, hey, did your mom say that you could buy this? Okay, fine, here you go. What the fuck? So at that point, if they do pass the law that like blocks that stuff off, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you sell the mature product, you get fined because you sold to someone that's under 18. If you don't, then you get fined because you refuse to sell a product that's advertised as being for sale. That's fucking stupid, dude. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Energy drinks being banned from anyone under 18 is wild to me. Don't get me wrong. I think that that's how it should be, because the number of people I knew with a crippling caffeine addiction when I was in middle school and had like entire towers of monster cans on display. Yeah, I think that is, it's fair, but Energy drinks being on the list of things that you have to wait until you're 18 for is just wild as like a concept from an American point of view. Just having that basic common sense of, hey, maybe we shouldn't get someone cripplingly addicted to a stimulant before they hit 18. Even if it's new, it's at least a like a positive law in my opinion. Like I think that it makes sense. As much as I'm like, don't ban X, Y, or Z things for X, Y, or Z or whatever. And certain laws are like definitely stupid of like bans for stuff. I think that something that is blatantly addictive, like the fact that people will get like shakes and headaches and like flat out freaking what you get from withdrawals on hardcore narcotics when they come off of caffeine is like it probably should wait until someone's at least what we consider our legal age for making their own decisions and being self-sufficient. But the older I get, the more I freaking feel like our you're an adult age should be moved up into the 20s. Because the number of fucking 18, 19, 20-year olds that I see that are fucking stupid and I swear would probably freaking wind up choking themselves on a plastic bag if it didn't have "do not eat" written on it. I feel like the age of you're an adult and can make your own decisions needs to be moved up. It won't, because at that point you have to move up the age at which you can join the military, and if there's anything that gets higher priority than the shot callers freaking upping their the shot callers upping their weekly wage is fucking General McAdams getting another 100 self-propelled rockets. I suppose out of all the things, like, if there's anything where things are going to slip through the cracks, like, at least get the bar to a point where it's not them getting to one of the more destructive things. Like, if your bar is being raised to caffeine is what's slipping through the cracks, then I guess it's at least better than them, like, the things slipping through the cracks are them getting, like, Everclear and Cuban cigars. I don't know, it's kind of weird to put on a scale where things are as far as, like, how bad things are, I guess. Age of consent here it varies by state in the U.S. because we're so big. But Ohio-wise, age of consent, your driver's license, um, for I don't know if cars and motorcycles are actually separated in the U.S. Those are both 16. 18 legal adult, obviously. Vote, military. Technically, you can quote unquote sign up for the military as early as 16. Because go figure, the US found a way to loophole people signing away up to 10 years of their life to go die in some area that we have no business being in. World police found a way to lower the requirement for getting conscripted to police the world. It's not conscription. It's you're not really forced to freaking write your name in the book until 18, but after 18, 21 is alcohol. I think that things like tobacco and whatnot are still at the age of 18. No, maybe they did get raised to 21 because I think that it got raised to something. And then after that, there is no marker until 25. Which, if you've somehow managed in the US with the highest rate of freaking idiot drivers, that's not actually a statistic. I just think that most American drivers are morons. Having gone to over half the states and seen the drivers in those states. But if you've somehow managed to make it to 25 without getting into a car accident after you get your after getting your license, if you somehow managed to make it to 25 without getting into a single car accident or getting a ticket, you get like a 10% discount on your car insurance. Which, I mean, I guess for the whole 2 people in the nation who have managed to make that, good on you. The thing is that if you freaking get into a car accident, you just shoot up and your insurance rates like skyrocket to like 200%. From the base, not with the 10% discount. So you're not at 180%, you are at the 200%. So you're getting like 210% of or 110% added on or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't math once you get into percentages of percentages is fucking weird. You remove the minus 10% and then you freaking add, then you double it, is what I'm saying. So if you get like, if your rate is $100 a month, and then you freaking make it to 25 without an accident, then you're at $90 a month. And then if you freaking get into an accident at any point in time, you're shot up to $200 a month per. Driver's licenses here are... You have to pass your test with a 60, and then as far as driving, the only part of the driving test that they care about is parallel parking. If you get a good enough sticker on your street driving, as long as you pass your freaking parallel parking bullshit, which parallel parking is the worst thing ever, because they set the cones in a way that freaking no one's actually going to freaking actually park that close and give you... They're like these stupid little less than a foot tall cones so you can't actually see them. But as long as you pass that, congratulations, pay $20 and you can have your license at 16. You can technically drive at 15. You can get a learner's permit at 15, which means that you have to be accompanied by someone over the age of 18 with a valid driver's license. But, you know, Jesus fucking Christ, the idea that I have to share the road with someone that isn't even legally allowed to buy the most common type of video game. As we established, that doesn't freaking matter because but like they don't even have a half-developed frontal lobe, and I have to share the road with that cretin, that child. And God forbid freaking in like 10 years when the iPad kids are the ones that are on the road. Holy shit. I already hate driving, and I already freaking drive as little as humanly possible. Thankfully, I work all of my freaking work from home. But if I fucking have to... If that happens, I'm figuring out a way to build a teleporter. And just setting the teleporter, like, behind a random gas station in the nearest town that I have to go to in order to freaking get all of my shopping done. And then I'm going to walk to each of the stores that I have to. Manually carry the bags for each store. Fuck that. I will break the laws of physics to not have to freaking drive on the same roads as an iPad's kid. Either way, I finished my sandwich, so let's see if we can get through this level. I'd like to get through this level before we end today. I get the flick? I did get the flick. I mean, we all know the memes about how bad America's public transportation is. Even in major cities, good fucking luck. I think the only place that I've ever seen like reasonable public transport is it was when I was in Washington. Is all the hotels that were around the major area had a monorail system that ran over them. Or not over them, but like, we're like across the street from them. So theoretically, I could have hopped the monorail and gone into Seattle in order to actually attend PAX when I was there. California fucking sucked, though, until I got clarification on how Uber actually worked. And, like, them not requiring you to freaking put in too much personal info. It was just actually just your credit card so they could, you know, obviously charge you when you freaking used their service. I think that I used a taxi exactly once, and it was a less than 15-minute drive, and I spent like $60 on that. That fucking blew, dude. Clean. Here it's... I think that the hours that you have to have if you are trying to get from, like, your temps upgraded, which if you get your temps upgraded, it's actually cheaper than, like, going through the whole thing. You have to have 48 hours, I think it is? And I'm going based off of what it was when I was going through it. Which I didn't even have to do my temps because I didn't actually get my license until I was like 19. Was I 19? I know I was going through and getting my time in when getting stuff from my late uncle's house. But I think it's 48 hours. Driving school is an either or with the... I mean, it depends, is what it is. It depends on how early you're trying to get it. Like, my brother went through all this shit because he wanted to freaking speedrun life, and, well, I've established enough where that got him in life, trying to speedrun life. But, he tried to get it at, like, 15 and a half, so that he could, get a job at 16, and blah, blah, blah. And he hated his job, and freaking X, Y, and Z, but he went through driving school, I think it's 48 hours, and then it's like, I think only $20 if you're going from temps to a full license. It's like $5 discount or something like that. It's not that much, but still. Uber was really nice. I have no idea how it is now because I'm thinking this is way back in 2019, back when I still attended conventions. But each of the dudes that I got was really nice. They were chill. And I think that it was about a 20-minute to a half-hour drive, depending on how the traffic was. And it was basically the same. It's like $5 to $10. And I tipped them well. I basically would do the cost of the ride on top of it as like a tip for most of them. Because even with that, it was like I said, say it was a $10 one, upping that to $20 was a third of what it was for the 15-minute drive in the fucking taxi. That was shit. This was in California, so, I mean, obviously the taxi is going to be more expensive. The other taxi that I did was when I was in Seattle, and that one, the dude was nice, but it was also pricey because I can't say I blame him. Firstly, it's because Amazon, it was like right after Amazon had put their like main hub in Seattle, or one of their main hubs in Seattle. So the entire freaking city just got its price upped by like 300%. And they were basically on hazard pay due to how shit the traffic was at that point due to that on top of it. I'm almost afraid to know what Seattle looks like these days. Because when Amazon gets into an area, it doesn't exactly freaking start improving fast. I don't even care if freaking Bezos is listening to me while I'm freaking streaming on his goddamn site. I already make fun of Dan on the daily. I mean, I play Find Out by Cotton, who freaking outright calls out Dan as a fucking gooner in the middle of the song. Alright, we're in the final stretch of levels, I believe. Yeah. Final stretch. This one doesn't look like it's going to be too terribly bad. This one I'm a little afraid of. This is a straight line tunnel, and there's no enemies on the screen. That means that I'm going to be freaking weaving between bitch witches that are flinging themselves from either side, or they're going to be moving from top to bottom. This one I have a single rival. It's a straight line, so it's probably going to be similar to this one, where I'm going to have bitch witches freaking trying to wall me. We have about a half hour left as far as how long I normally run, so we can give it a go. Okay. Okay, so it's just the 6 houses. But Amazon moving into an area from the sound of it is the gentrification that gentrification fears. That was late. I can actually make this. clean. Yeah, I think that's it's a convenience versus cost kind of deal. The problem is that freaking unless you're in a major city here, you don't have that option. There is no I can catch a train. Used to actually there was actually a train that ran by here, like, when my mom was a kid. You know, freaking... '70s or '80s or something. I don't remember what year exactly she said she moved here. And it's a bit hard for me to ask that these days, but... The only place I know of that has trolleys is San Francisco, I think? And I think that they exclusively have it just as like a culture type deal, right? I fucking knew it. Yeesh. How many houses are there on this road? 14? You people are insane. Didn't you know there's a war going on? I mean, I guess this is one of the areas that's not getting bombed by the bitch witches. So, you know. Most major cities have decent infrastructure. Well, okay, I say most major cities. Californian cities have it alright. New York obviously has its subways, but freaking calling that decent is probably a bit of a stretch due to the people you have to deal with on average on a New York subway. The US wasn't really built for cars originally. One of the big problems with the US, though, as far as, like, trying to get major transportation like that, is that the US, a single state is bigger than some, like, a single state, depending on which state, is a lot bigger than entire countries in Europe. So we do also have that little caveat as far as shit. Almost had that. Fuck. Once I get forced into that corner, I'm very confused on how I'm supposed to properly dodge. No. Texas and I don't know about California exactly, but things like Texas and Alaska cover like the entirety of Europe. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, Ohio is larger than several countries over there. For instance, things like most of New England, due to how small they are, due to how early they were divided, those are... Texas is that big. Texas is fucking massive, dude. Because of the way that its border was split up due to its point in time of being brought into the US, it's a good chunk of what would otherwise be what's the word I'm looking for? It's a good chunk of what was Mexico at the time. I don't know what the actual term was for it, because I don't think it was called Mexico yet. I think that later... I don't know, actually. I mean, it was called the Spanish-American War at the time, so... Maybe freaking New Spain or something. Saying that it covers the entirety of Europe might be an exaggeration, because it does have, I don't know what the actual word is for it, but it does have closer to the equator bias due to how maps work. But it is really big. I didn't think I actually freaking dropped that out until I freaking passed by it. I thought that I had kept a hold of it. Jesus. I don't know why it freaking pushes me that close to the edge, freaking... I mean, aside from to intentionally give me very little room to work with there. I missed the house. Fuck! I got distracted. I've lost my rhythm and I don't know where it went. Where the fuck? What is my rhythm again? No, seriously, how was I doing this before? What was my order of operations here? I'm beginning to feel like I've somehow managed to trigger this in a way that freaking... I did mention this directly. I did mention that the close to the equator bias. I fucked up. I know I did. What the fuck did I do differently before? So I know that I hit these 4. Did I get my rhythm back? Shit! Motherfucker. I actually landed that in one of the houses. It wasn't the one I was aiming for with it, but I did. Motherfucker! Good luck on the sleep. I'll probably be ending here soon-ish. Ah! Ideally, I want to get through this level, though, because I know I can do it. It's just a matter of execution at this point. Motherfucker, dude. I think I dropped 2 on the same house. Love when my freaking timer breaks. Why is Twitch freaking breaking so much on OBS's side these past few days? Motherfucker, I missed that! What do you mean? How did I hit that wall? Oh, fuck you. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? It wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't held in that fucking corner, dude. No, how am I supposed to freaking... Itchy nose.
Oh, that did actually count. I thought that I missed that. I didn't see the freaking tag get added to it. I knew that this was going to be a freaking... more bullet hell feel. I feel like my freaking vertical movement has been slowed down though for this. Which, I mean, I guess if you freaking had me going at Mach 8 up and down, I could just freaking easily dodge these bitches. Though I definitely feel like I have a lot less time to react. The gap between those ones really freaking annoys. Because it seems to want me to thread the needle between those. It definitely wants me to freaking leapfrog for those. It's not freaking giving me like doubles for that segment. Oh my fucking god, dude. I completely forgot that I freaking need to go into leapfrog motion for that. Clean. All right. 3 more levels. Next week, we finish this shit. 134 is terrifying to look at. I'm assuming that it's drop down into here, drop, drop, drop. There's probably one more off to the side on top and bottom. Drop, drop, zoom back around. I'm assuming it's going to be a top and bottom attackers in that case. Whew. It's been a long journey, but we're freaking doing it, dude. I'm gonna pee real quick, because we're on ad break, and then we'll yap for a little bit, and then we'll probably call it. All right. Honestly, really good ending point there, though. I didn't get frustrated at the final level. I didn't... give me one moment. My wrists aren't hurting? Okay, I was checking something real quick. Checking if any of the negative reviews on GTA 3 mentioned freaking being unable to actually play the damn thing. But, as I was saying, really good ending. We have 3 levels left next week. Across 4 hours. If I can't get through 3 levels in 4 hours, that's a very terrifying idea. As to how difficult those last 3 levels are. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, it's very much possible that those levels are just absolute freaking ball busters. But hopefully, they're not that bad. I'm expecting them to be extremely difficult for the final 3 levels. I have no even reservations about the fact that that's probably the case. I'm just hoping that they're not break my brain levels of difficult. But we ended off without my wrists hurting and without being on a level that I'm terrified for. I mean, I'm going in blind for the next 3 levels, aside from seeing what the opening screen looks like. I didn't see any bomb droppers, so I'm guessing the final 3 levels are crash witches. The final level, I think was the one that I saw that had like 3 rival deliveries. That's a little worrying. But a good ending. Tomorrow the plan is to start GTA 3. And then, actually, I have my schedule here. If I bring it up. We'll be doing more GTA on Thursday. Both the next 2 days are going to be GTA. And I'm free both of these days. So, the idea is that I do a lot of pre-recording and hopefully editing for videos for the next few days. So that hopefully, like, tomorrow and Thursday, because my father's at work, so where I might be a little late to stream because I tend to head over to their house so I can say bye before he heads off to work. I'm not constrained by time to spend time with family after stream. Friday's FAFO day. It kind of depends on what's going to go on. We might be doing one of the other demos that I have. Actually, I don't know if it's a demo. I think I just have a full-on... I think it's just a full-on game that might be off of embargo. I gotta remember which one of these games is embargo. I'm pretty sure it is the mushrooms. Is it Life Below? Oh, Life Below is... Okay, yeah. Life Below is the one that was on an embargo. I could have played Mushrooms last week if I wanted to, but we were doing Stalker, and I really wanted to play. I really wanted to explore the zone, which I'm also excited for Saturday, because now that I don't have Monolith, the trek into Monolith territory ahead of me. I mean, obviously I'm moving into Monolith territory, quote unquote. They're going to be part of the experience for the rest of the game. I mean, until I... Actually, no, they won't. When I get to the other side, and I get to the area that Kala Pripyat takes place, Monolith isn't going to be much of a problem in that territory. That, however, does have Spitsnaz in it. And I don't know what my freaking relation is with them. They might shoot me on sight. I'm an ecologist, so they might not, but they might. Because I've seen a lot of Spatsnez is not happy, Spatsnez is not happy, and I can't keep track of their score. I mean, if all else fails, I could talk to the dude in the bar and say, hey, can you tell these guys to chill the fuck out? We also might do some base building. I might start work on a base. That's one of our goals, is to scout out an area for a base. I have no idea if I will make a base, but I want to scout out for one. But that'll give us a use for all of our wood and metal scraps and shit. Like I said, Friday depends in two aspects, I guess. It depends on where we are in GTA 3. If we're between GTA games, and then we'll wind up doing mushrooms, probably. Or 2 demos. Depending on how long mushrooms is. I think mushrooms is a full beta key, so... So we might do that, and then... Saturday, Stalker. Sunday will be GTA. Shit, right. Sunday could be art. Because Jaruna's birthday and Patchy Day are both next Tuesday. So we might do something a little different. I don't know. I guess that to a certain degree it will be play by ear. But we'll figure it out. Maybe we do lean toward art on Sunday. It depends. It depends on where we're at in GTA. Because if we're like in if we're in a shithole, or not in a shithole, obviously, but like if we're not very far into it, then we'll, or if we're like near the end, then we'll probably do that. I also don't know exactly what I'm going to do for either of them. Because like, I don't get my get out of jail free card for Patchy, is the thing. My get out of jail free card for this year is Fumo's, but Patchy has an official Fumo. That don't work so well. Let's see. Who'll be streaming? Miyu is going. I'm assuming that he's doing state of play. Watching. Yeah. I don't really care about the state of play, if I'm to be 100% honest. Oh, that does remind me. Let me... look at... MHMD is doing some Tuhus. Assuming that we don't get cucked by Twitch deciding that they don't let raids go through, we'll raid into MHMD. Because it do be Tuhu Tuesday, so it works. While I'm waiting for ad to finish up, there's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter in order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like you see in the corner. Raid's going through perfectly fine. We're good to go. I've already given all my stuff. Tomorrow's when everything big starts. Like I said, I got a little bit of work to do after stream. But you know the rules. Behave yourselves. Don't make a fool out of me or out of my... Don't make a fool out of me or out of yourself. Otherwise, we will not deal with you any longer. I am saying words clearly so that I don't stumble over them like I did yesterday. But that's gonna be it for me. I'll see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. And I'm excited to get into GTA because the only two GTA games that I have played in any notable way are San Andreas and 5. I played a little bit of multiplayer in 4, but that's about it. And I think I played like a little bit of just free exploring in 3 at a friend's house when I was much younger. But I'm out of time. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Bye.